Hello and welcome, viewers and listeners, to an art stream. It's been a good minute since we've last done one, but I felt like I got good ideas cooking, so might as well do it. So, for today, I've come up with a brilliant idea. If you're unfamiliar with the Pokemon trading card game, they had, past tense, because this is an old thing, these variants of Pokemon card known as Delta species. So, for example, we've got this Wooper here, and Wooper is a water ground type, but this variant just has him as a grass type. So that's the gimmick with the Delta species, is they take the Pokemon and they give it a completely different type that it doesn't normally have. However, with the art for it, it's pretty bland, you know, like with the Wooper, you just put a green hue on it, call it a day. This Gardevoir, this is a Psychic Steel type. Nothing to it. You can't really tell it's really Psychic Steel without it telling you. This Tyranitar is also Fire Steel. No visual difference. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to take some of these Delta cards, and I want to actually come up with how I think the evolution line would look if it followed those types. So obviously I'm going to be doing Wooper, Gardevoir, and Tyranitar's evolution line, because I felt like those were the most appealing ones to me. So we need a grass type Wooper, now for the Gardevoir, I'm actually not going to do Psychic Steel. I want to do Fairy Fire, because this predates the Fairy type in the TCG. And there is the there is the Fire variant of Gardevoir, also within the Delta species, so I think doing Fire Fairy would be a cool idea. And we will still be doing Fire Steel for Tyranitar, so I think I'm going to start with Wooper here. Okay, stop it. VLC media players flipping the fuck out. It's telling me the song changed. I don't need 17 pop-ups telling me the song has changed. I'm routing the music through the actually open VLC media player right now, instead of using just the file, because I felt like I can actually get the shuffle off that I want to. But that out of the way, you're gonna have to let me know if the audio's fucked or something, because this is me testing out. But with that aside, we are going to work on our concept. So here we've got our Wooper card. He's just a Wooper with a green aura, and that's not very interesting. So with a Wooper, there's already variants of Wooper within Pokemon. There's two right now. You have the standard Jotonian Wooper, which is the one in the card. It's pretty friend-shaped. You got the big head and the tiny body. And you got a nice little round tail and big feet. No arms. This guy has no hands. He cannot throw hands, but he will headbutt you. Wooper is a well-known headbanger. But the main difference between this Wooper and Paldean Wooper is not only their color, but their horns are a different shape as well, and their body markings. So we're gonna go with this basic shape of a Wooper here, but we need something different. So like the body markings and the horns need to be different. Because this is a grass type, what would work well for a grass type? Well, I was thinking, oh, maybe I could have flowers sprouting out of the side of its head. So we're gonna do something like maybe along the lines of like a lily or something. We're gonna have our leaves first, and then we're gonna actually have our petals coming out of the side of the head, because I feel like that would work for a grass type, very floral. And like the body markings could be like kind of plant-like, so like little clover leaves or something like that. I feel like that would make the most sense for like a grass type Wooper. And then the eyes, maybe a little droopy. He's all chill. Very chill Wooper, very bonita. But that's just what I'm thinking right now on the spot. I will be doing an evolution as well. So with Wooper, as I said, it's got two variants. You got the Jotonian and you got the Paldean. Well, the evolution is actually different. You have Quagsire normally, and you have Clodsire with the Paldean one. So I'm gonna need to do a new sire, I think. But I haven't really figured out what kind of sires. I was just thinking about this a little bit earlier. But I didn't really come up with anything. I was too stuck on the name. But very chill, very relaxed little guy. So we've got our concept. I'm gonna smooth it out, and I wanted to make maybe more of an interesting pose, but thinking about it now, he's just kind of chill. Because usually you associate like grass with like chiller Pokemon, more hippie like, I suppose. So I don't need to go too crazy with the pose. Maybe a little sway to him will feel good. I don't know, I'm gonna shoot this shit with myself and figure it out. So the reason why I had this idea is because I've been playing a lot of Cobblemon, as I've mentioned, and the server I play on has these Delta variants of Pokemon, again, based around the concept with the TCG. And I felt like they're not really adding very interesting Delta variants. Like, it's a lot of the same Pokemon, or Pokemon who just don't make any sense to be getting variants. Like, the most recent one is Glamora, which is a Pokemon introduced in Gen 9, and it's like, why are you giving out a second variant to that Pokemon when some don't even have one? And then before that was Tinkaton, who got, its 5th variant, and it's like, give me a break. We need something interesting. Now, I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite here, because I'm doing Wooper, and there's already Wooper variants in the game. Like, you've got your, there's what? 2? So there's a fairy type, and there's a poison type. I think. Yeah, it's just the 2. So it's like me coming up with a 3rd is not really, it's hypocritical of me, but who cares? So I am pulling up a quick reference image of what a lily looks like, because I was thinking lilies would look good. Otherwise, like, I don't know what kind of flower. But I still want there to be like the big leaves. Maybe I won't have the top leaf though, just the bottom, and then have the flower come out. So lilies have like a cone shape. Kind of like that. And then we're gonna have our petal detailing, where it pulls itself back. Because lilies don't really stick straight out. I used to draw a lot of flowers. And usually when I pick what flowers to draw for something, I always try to go for something with an interesting meaning. But this time I'm just gonna pick something that I feel like would look nice. Because for me to sit down right now and try to figure out flowers, and I don't know flower meaning off the top of my head. So I'd actually have to spend time looking it up, and I don't want to waste a lot of time looking things up. Because I'm going to ponder, it's like, oh, what would really fit Wooper here? And it's like, I don't know. What kind of Pokemon would I want Wooper to be in this scenario? And it's like, I don't want him to be like a really lovey Pokemon or anything. I just want him to be like a friend who gives you well wishes or something. There are Pokemon in the Pokemon universe who have special meanings to them if received as a gift. For example, Applin. It's a little apple dragon, and if you receive it, it's like a sign of love from the person who gave it to you. So it's like, I feel like if you get this whooper, it's like well wishes for health or something. I feel like that would be an appropriate theming. But I'd have to look up what lilies actually mean and then create a narrative surrounding that. I think flower symbolism is very cool too. It's just, it's not something I actively try to learn. It's just a when I need it type of moment. He's ending up looking a little bit smug here. So maybe drop it a little bit. I don't want him to look smug. I just want him to look chill. That's pretty good. I think a head tilt would actually make this look a little better. Usually I just look up like a graph of different flowers and their meanings and then work from there. Oh, while I was playing Gobblemon, I heard the most ridiculous thing ever. One of the most American statements I've ever heard from someone. They don't like nature. They'd rather be in a big city. And it's like, what the fuck you mean you don't like nature? How can you not like nature? And it's just like, that's gotta be the most American thing I've ever heard, to not like nature. I feel like I don't want these to be so rounded out. I think they're like a shape like that, like the generic leaf pattern, would be good. Yeah, I like that. Now, some people are ridiculous, and it's just like, I get it. You've been living in a city all your life, but it's like, how can you hate nature? I think I'm getting a vibe of what kind of pose I want to do now. Little dance-like pose. Because this whooper will be very graceful, I think. I feel like the flower horns are a little big in comparison to the body. But I mean, with how woofer is, it's not a terrible thing, but I will shrink them down a little bit. Nature is beautiful. It's like, if you appreciate any form of art, nothing beats the art Mother Nature creates. Is my opinion. Like, humans can make really wonderful art, but nothing beats what Mother Nature makes. There'll be no better artist than her. There, I think that's pretty cute. So I'll actually go through and put the lines on this guy. And then I'll create the Quagsire, which will not be called Quagsire. I didn't really come up with a name for what I wanted it to be. Like, it's gonna be something sire, because that's the name gimmick, because they always end in sire. I say as if there's more than one additional variant. But you got Quagsire, which takes, so it's king of the quagmire. You take, and then you got Clodsire, which is king of the clods of earth, I guess, clods of mud. Well, its Japanese name is quite literally Earth King, so it makes sense. Like, I have allergies and I'm a big nature enthusiast. Like, I mean, I'm always talking about how much I love the water, but at the end of the day, I'd rather be in a forest than a city any day. It's so peaceful, it's tranquil, and it's just a lovely sight, and the air is so much cleaner. I did not play the Wii U Mario. The 2D one, I mean. I did play a bit of the 3D one, but I didn't finish it. Because of Bowser, I played Bowser's Fury, and that was awesome. I'm messing up my lines, looking terrible here. Oh my god. Ah! I need my armrest down, it's getting in the way. So I went out for a walk yesterday with my brother, and when we go on our walks, we usually hit the dollar store, and then we go to the pet store because it's right beside it. And at the pet store, there's been this one bird there, and I swear he's been there since like the start of the year, and he's getting fat, that bird. Someone needs to come adopt him. Oh, fair enough. When I was on the Miiverse, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. That was actually my first social media exposure when I had it. But I was barely on it because I was too nervous to talk to people. But we went out to the dollar store, got our munchies and stuff, and then we went to the pet store and saw that big fat bird, and I feel bad for him because nobody's adopted him yet, and I hope someone does because he came right up to us and he was so friendly. He's such a cutie. His name was Frankie. He's like a blue budgie, and he's getting so fat. I think he needs to prune himself. I think he was also trying to share his food with us because he kept on coming up to the side of the cage, dropped food in front of us. And it's like, if that's what he's doing, that's so cute. But they had something else there at the pet store that was very surprising and interesting. They had a massive white rabbit. And oh my god, he was so cute. I haven't really been around rabbits too much. Like, if I see them, they're just wild. But this was a nice albino rabbit, and he was bigger than the cat. Like, he's bigger than Abby. He's massive. So, we're trying to get a pet of him without, like, getting any store clerks to pick him out of the cage for us, because I feel bad doing that when I don't intend to adopt. So we stick our fingers through the cage, and my brother manages to touch his butt, and his finger just sinks right in because there's so much fur. He's so fuzzy. And it's like my brother's like, oh my god, you gotta pet him. He's so soft. So it's like I decide to let him come up to me. I treat him the same way I do a cat. I stick out my finger for them to sniff and nuzzle. And that's exactly what he did. He came right up to my finger and nuzzled me. And it's like, I've never had a rabbit be that friendly with me before. Because again, my exposure to rabbits is like usually the wild ones who will instantly run away from me. So it's just when he came up to nuzzle me, oh my god, that was amazing. He is so soft. It was immaculate feeling. His name was Van Gogh, and he's so handsome. Because he's albino, he's got the red eyes, but albinism is very common in rabbits. So I'm not surprised. Just makes me feel bad for them, actually, the fact that rabbits with red eyes are like considered evil or something. But it's like, that's just how it is for them, especially just rodents in general. Like a lot of rats and mice you'll see with the red eyes, and they're not satanic, they're just albinos because they're so inbred. And it's like, unfortunately, we don't have any place to put a rabbit, so I couldn't get him even though I wanted to. And it's like, I don't think the cats would give him much trouble because he's huge. But yeah, I hope that rabbit finds a home, and I hope the bird finds a home too. Because he's been there for so long. I also feel like mild guilt for never buying anything when I go into the pet store, but it's like, the thing I did actually want to buy wasn't there anymore. They had this puzzle feeder for cats that's a fishbowl, and I wanted to get that last time, but I didn't really have the money for it. And I was thinking, oh, if it was there this time, I might have gotten it, but they don't have it anymore. So I didn't get it. But yeah, I think it's a safe thing to say that I really like animals. I mean, they're pretty awesome. So I don't see why why anyone could hate an animal. I didn't ask the clerk because I don't like talking to people. But I assume that it was just out of stock. So I could come back a later time and see if they have it or go to other locations because it is a chain. But it's not a huge deal. I will need to buy them catnip though, so like at some point when I go out again and take my brother for a walk, I'll do that. Gotta get the cats stoned one way or another. It is really funny though, giving your cats catnip. I especially love giving the catnip to Minerva because she'll just roll everywhere. Avi will just kind of chill out, but Minerva goes crazy. All right, there we go. There's our lines. I'm not gonna do this in the, was it Ken Sugimori art style? Because that takes like a certain kind of focus for me right now that I don't really have. Like I know how to do it. I can show examples. So in the thumbnail, I've created a Delta variant of Ditto. And Ditto's whole gimmick is that it's supposed to transform into other Pokemon. So why would you give it a Delta variant? Because I was asked to. And I've done the coloring and the line work in the this is like the current modern Pokemon's art style. So you got like the rough lines with the simple shading. So this is supposed to be a dragon type Ditto. You can see he's got the inspiration of Rayquaza a little bit in him with the color and the horn shape, because Ditto normally is failed clones of Mew. So that's where the color comes from. And I figured having the horns makes it inherently more like Rayquaza and more dragon type. I even made a shiny variant, which was pretty easy. I just changed the colors. But yeah, I won't be coloring like that right now. I just kind of want to get these concepts out of here. So with Wooper, the colors aren't too dark with it. So I'm thinking I want like a nice kind of like summery yellowish green for, okay, that's too puke. Oh God. Don't be puke like that. Like that's really vomit. Oh my God. That's really gross. Ew. Actually, this color's good. I like this color. It's a bit sea foamy though. That's not bad. I could roll with that color. Yeah, I think the turquoise is probably better. And then, so there's a couple color variants of lilies. So you have your standard white lily, but you also have like your yellow, your pink. What are we thinking here? Should I go for yellow? Should I go for white, orange, pink? I can put types of lilies up on screen so we can figure it out together. And I can steal the colors. Here we go. So here's a couple different types. And I'm going to yoink the color. Let me see if this looks better for the body, actually. Oh, fuck no. Yeah, I feel the same. Let's try with the pink first. So it is a very loud pink right now, but I can dull it out to follow how the... I'm on the wrong layer, fucking hell. let's just lock that so I don't do that again. And I'm gonna actually make a colored background real quick. There. Now I can actually see when I'm working with whites. Okay, so we've got our sample of pink here just for proof of concept. And we're gonna make it like a little bit of an off-white. I like the color there as an off-white. Gonna make that darker so we can see this a little better. And then I want to yoink maybe that color, because I do want the leaves to be a little darker. Whatever color I make the leaves is going to match the stomach markings. A little bit deeper, I should think. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make the pink too dull. I want to just like maybe white edges on it. What are we thinking though? Are we thinking the white or the pink here? I could still blend in a bit of white on the edges again, is like the concept. And then make like the center of the veins a little darker, as to make the actual flower. Actually, I kind of do like this pink a lot. Because it's like, what do we do with this one? We make the tips darker? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just a bit too flat like that. I think maybe pink is the play here. Yeah, this is a very feminine looking whooper, I will say. This is my line layer. I don't like how rough that looks. We'll fix that up. That's a little better. Wasn't sure what I wanted to do there with the neck. Now I got it. Yeah, I was just thinking a shiny variant could have the white instead. We can have different flower colors. So we'll do that then. We'll go with the pink. I don't know if the different flowers have different meanings, although I do kind of want to see how this looks with the yellow. No, okay, I definitely don't like the yellow. Never mind. We'll roll with this. Oh my god, stop it. I don't need that notification from the freaking VLC media player. I know you've changed the song. I can hear it. My ears work. Maybe I should have just wrote this for my standard music player instead of going through all these hoops, but who cares? I love overcomplicating things. It's like my favorite thing to do. Okay, so I'm going to brush this all over with pink, because that's going to be my flat color. And then I'm going to go over with my highlights and shadows to make the white parts. It's just going to make it easier when I get to selecting the color to have one color for now. This is how I usually do colors that end in like a gradient, is I make it flat and then go over it, which is actually the same process I use with markers in real life. Is I'll take like my lightest color first, actually, because you can't go back, and then I blend it with the darker color. I haven't drawn with markers in quite a while. No, I'm not doing a hand cam of me drawing with markers. That's not happening. I'd have to do that in my whole setup is in my room. And it's just I can't really move it down here. I mean, I can, but it's a pain. And I don't like the lighting down here to be doing that. Oh, that is a wrong color. Here, we can get rid of this layer with the lilies. Actually, looking at it one more time, I'm gonna give it a little good old yoink. It's a very tropical feeling whooper, now that I think about it. Alright, let's go over and render this now. So again, I'm going to start with the lightest color first. I think I want a screen, I don't want this to look too harsh. It's gonna look harsh regardless, I should think. Okay, I'm just not gonna do that. I'm gonna just turn this to white. Do it myself, because I don't want it to look so shiny. So I'm just gonna make the tips kind of end in the white, instead of go around the edges too much. And then this color will follow like the center line. But I'm gonna have it reflect on the back side too. Because it's like, so I recently gave my grandma some orchids for her birthday, because that's like her favorite flower. And it's a pretty cool pattern. It's got like the white flower, but the veins are all purple. And it just looks really cool. So you can see like all the veins on the back end of the flower, obviously. That's why I'm including that here. Unless the angle doesn't make much sense for it. Gonna lighten up the edges a little bit more. Yeah, something like that. So something I been thinking about recently is cloning yourself. And the logistics behind that. So let's say you clone yourself, right? And you're like a functioning member of society. And you make your one clone live out half your life, and then your real self lives out a different half. Are you still going to be like sharing your memories, or is it completely disconnected? So like, let's say your one clone falls in love, right? And gets married. Well, okay, is that a different person than you? Are you now legally married to that person? Do you have any feelings with them? Are they linked? And it's just like, it's an interesting thought I had. Because like, I got no clue. I would assume that your thoughts are no longer linked, because once you're cloned, you're like a separate person. Because it wouldn't make much sense for your thoughts to be linked. And it's like, if cloning became a big thing, then the government would need like a way to separate the identities. But I don't know, because it's like cloning is not a thing that's going to happen for a good bit. We gotta first get past mpreg and sort how to do that out. And then we can get on to cloning. And it's like, would you have a clone if you had the opportunity? I think not. Why would I want a second one of me going around? And it's like, it would be cruel to make that clone do like all the boring things in life while one of you has fun, because that clone is going to snap at some point. Slang's not going quite right with this. But then, like, how far could you take the cloning? Could the clone be, like, your opposite gender or something? Like, how customizable is your clone? Does it have to be the exact same as you? We may know the answer at some point in time. But that some point in time is not right now. I don't know, it's just a weird thing I was thinking about. I want this with the airbrush because, again, it needs to be blended. I was supposed to write down things to talk about because I was thinking about it while I was walking today, and then I just completely forgot to write down what I was thinking about. And I think that happens a lot for me, is I go out for a walk and I get all these awesome ideas because, like, I'm actually getting, like, blood flowing to my brain properly, and then I just never write down the ideas. I mean, one of the ideas I did cook up is not a conversational point and is a secret that we'll use the idea at a later point in time. No hints. Well, actually, here's your one hint. It's a live stream idea. Oh, here's something I wanted to talk about. Unlimited access for kids to the internet at a young age. So there's voice chat in Cobblemont, right? And it's like, I usually leave it on because I'm looking for people who are actively talking or something, so I can go throw weed at them. Don't question it. It's not actually weed, it's something else. It just looks like it. Not a vanilla Minecraft item, but whatever. And it's like, as I found a group to annoy, successfully annoy them, and then I linger around because I'm interested in their conversation, you know, eavesdropping as I do. And at some point, as I'm talking to this one guy, because he starts asking me questions about the game, this little kid shows up, and they're probably no older than 6. And they're yelling into their microphone, going like, "Who's talking right now? I really want to know who's talking." And it's like, I'm ignoring the kid because I don't want to talk to a kid. And it's like, the other guy I'm talking to is also actively ignoring this kid. And then I make the comment about, like, can't believe people let their kids have unlimited internet access. And the kid gets all pissed off at me that I said that. And it's like, he says, "You take that back. I don't have internet. I don't have internet." And it's like, huh? First of all, you are actively using the internet right now because you're talking to me. Second of all, you're just kind of proving my point. Like, you're a little kid, clearly on your parents' computer. I don't know how you got here, how you figured out how to unmute yourself in game, but you shouldn't be here. It's not like an 18+ server or anything, but it's just like, you shouldn't be talking to strangers on the internet at such a young age. And it's like, I could hear like a really little kid right beside them, and it's like, what the fuck? Do parents not parent anymore? What happened to the whole stranger danger thing for the internet? Because strangers are very much still dangerous on the internet, and it's like, I don't understand why people just let their kids have full access on the internet. Just makes no sense to me. Because it's like, yeah, I ignored the kid, but who's gonna say something messed up to that kid? You never know. It changed the trajectory of their life forever or something like that. It's just not a safe thing for them to be doing. And this shouldn't be like, the government needs to fix this. They need to stop these kids from having unfettered access to everything, because the moment the government gets involved and says, yeah, no more unfettered access to the internet for kids. All of you are getting punished for this. Because it's like, that's when you need to hit the point of you're no longer anonymous online. The government needs your ID to use the internet. No, it's just like parents should be doing their fucking job. Is what I'm getting at. I also didn't have internet access at a young age. I barely had TV access. So like, this stuff just blows my mind. Kind of pisses me off too. All right, so there's our lilies. I was kind of waiting to do an art stream when I next had an animation idea, but I have yet to have another animation idea. Pardon me. I'm almost done the whooper. Just gonna go over it with a brush real quick. Make my process a little easier. So last night we had a killer storm. It was insane. Like, things were shaking. I could see the lightning strikes from the window downstairs. Like, this is the basement. So for me to see that down here, it's a crazy storm. The power even went out. Sure, it's been raining a lot, but I think that's the time of the season to be seeing all this rain. Part of me is still expecting to see snow. That's the funny thing. This is like basically the same color of green I used for the ditto. I'm realizing this now. And I mean, this isn't a terrible shade of green, so I'm not upset. All right, there we go. Our grass type whooper is complete. Very stylish, very bonita. All right, so we're gonna move him off to the side. You can go over here, little buddy. I feel like the eyes are a little flat. I'm just gonna fix this up a little bit. There we go, very cute. I like that. Okay, so now we need to figure out what we're doing for the sire. So we have Clodsire and Quagsire, which are very similar to each other in appearance, but at the same time very different. So I'm gonna pull examples up on the screen. So here's the goat, Clodsire. Here's the not goat, Quagsire. And if you kind of notice, Clodsire is like a Quagsire who's lying down. You got like the same paw shape, just more rounded out, bigger head, smaller tail, and smaller back. But he is basically laying down. I do like the idea of doing something similar to Clodsire in which it's big and laying down, because I was thinking, oh, maybe we could have like the plants on the back, like it's all moss on his back. I think would be a good idea. Moss Sire or something like that. Grove Sire, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, similar to Clodsire, we're going to have the very rounded out features. So let's try to figure that out then. So I'm just gonna delete these because these are my rough layers. All my process is on stream anyway, so you don't really need to worry about that. So we should probably start with the just basic shapes here. I'm thinking... So here's our head. Very circular. Having it be like a more equal shape is probably for the best. No, that looks weird. That looks too hunched over. Let's see. I don't want this to be like Clodsire but mossy. And I don't want this to be a Quagsire either. I mean, I could have it be like he's just sitting down. So keep like the similar body shape to the Wooper, where it's the body shape that kind of fills out towards the back end. Rounded tail is a must. Because I don't want something lean here. I want something that you would see on like the floor of a very lush forest. So like a body shape like this, kind of. So I guess it's more Quagsire-like in this scenario. Maybe have him be a little drowsy would be a good idea. Yeah, I like that. So this sire takes in all the sun to grow the moss on his back. So he's gonna be drowsy for sure. Quite the chunky monkey too. Yeah, I like that concept. So as per usual, there's like a swirling pattern that goes with the Quagsire and the Clodsire, but it's only really on the head for the Clodsire, but I think I'm gonna do the same for this guy. But we'll frame the face a little bit. So something like that. And I want it to look like there's actually a layer of moss there. Now it kind of looks like he's got a weird haircut. Maybe if I make it like more heart shape. The front. No, I think that's still a little weird. And I don't want him to look like he has a receding hairline. Okay, here's my idea. Separate from the rest of the body. No, I don't like that idea. Okay, we're gonna keep the mossy back. And like the spots where the horns or things would come out of, those will be like replaced with flowers instead. Keep the fin on the back. Don't want it to be too uneven. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, I like that. Kind of reminds me of Snorlax now. I want this to curve from the top of the head so it feels more connected. Kind of like that. There we go. Little nostril. Can't really see the arms from this angle, but he's gonna have like really stumpy arms. Accidentally gave him a dumpy. Okay, I want this to be rounded, so I'm gonna make a circle here. That'll do. He's gonna have very, very rounded features. He's gonna be so heavy. His Clodsire is like 500 pounds. I don't know how much Quagsire weighs, but he's probably a chunky monkey too. There we go. Just want to make this a little less loud. I like that. That's good. And then we'll have the back fin. So this is like a whooper line that's evolved to handle more forested areas, very more lush. Happy birthday, J-Rock. Hope you're having a good one. Maybe I should make this like shaman where it's like little seeds and then flowers pop out instead. That's a good idea. I like that more. Because this is supposed to be a grass type. Couple on the head. Because I feel like that'd be good spots for that. And now to make it feel a little bit more mossy. So we want like little stubbiness to it. I guess this is very shaman inspired now that I think about it. I don't want these lines to be so clean because moss isn't always the most clean thing ever. Moss is very lovely though. I love eating it. So I'm thinking the body is going to be like maybe more of a brownish green to kind of reflect moss growing on like a tree or a rock. I imagine this sire to be very good to cuddle. I keep on saying sire because I still don't have a name yet, and it's like I'm torn between the Moss Sire. Moss Sire. Okay, wait, no, Moss Sire is really fun. I was also considering Grove Sire or something like that. But no, I like Moss Sire a lot. That's great. All right, I need like an actual spot for the arms to come from. Round that out. Yeah, I like that. Still want it to feel like a separate appendage from the rest of the body though. That'll do. Alright, so we'll get on to putting the lines on this then. Oh, what a happy looking fella. Gonna stray her from that heart shape I initially thought about doing. I want it to drape over the arms a little bit more now that I think about it. There we go. Oh, I don't like that roughness too much. Let's clean that up. No, don't put a guideline down. I just want to clean up my lines. There we go. Nope, don't like how that's looking. Okay, I'm just gonna make a circle again. Fuck it. I want this to follow the back a little bit better this time. Yeah, like that. But I'm gonna cover this up with a little bit of moss. As if the moss is trying to overtake the fins. Same thing here, I just want a little bit more of a scrunched up look, because this is going to be a softer material on the back. Kind of looks like he's got eyes all over the place. Makes sense to have a little bit of scrunching over there with the back of the head. Oh, this guy's so cute. He looks so fuzzy. Oh my god. Okay, I just want to upscale this a bit. Because I drew that really small. My line weight is all messed up. Fortunately, I don't really want to fix that. Alright, let's get to coloring this. So as I said, I want the flesh to be like more of this wooden green, I feel like. Okay, that's a little too much. What if we... Oh, that's a very vomit-like green, and also I want to fix these eyes. Kind of looks like a monkey. So I'm gonna have to fix this head shape a bit. There we go. All right, now to figure out what color I want this to be. So this is very puke-like. That is very much puke-like also. Is there a way to get like a green? What about like a gray green? No, I don't like any of these. It's all too puke-like. And this is why I hate green. Everything looks like vomit when I'm trying to draw with it. I could take the Whooper's flesh tone and use that. That just might work out to be a better idea. It's not terrible, but I definitely want like a really rich green. For the back, yeah, that works. That's a very rich green, I think. Maybe not deep enough, but I think rendering it will fix that. Kind of looks very frog-like too with this color palette. I might make the seeds still yellow to kind of match with Shaman, but we'll experiment with the pink. So here's what these would look like if they were pink. Kind of looks a little weird and out of place. I don't mind that color. Oh, I don't like that color at all. That's so gross. What if I do like... That's not bad. That's not a bad color at all. I still want it to be darker. There, I like that. I like that. That's a good color. Just so I can have these seeds kind of be like the pink, because they're still going to be pink flowers, or paler? No. No, not at all. And what if I make them yellow? Yellow doesn't look bad. But it doesn't make much sense, I guess. I mean, if the core of the flower is going to be yellow in the center, then yeah, it does make sense. What about a more vibrant pink? No, 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 not at all, not at all. I think I'll just have to roll with this pink. Let me make it darker. No, that looks like he's got a gash in his head now. Yeah, more dulled out pink like that works. I like that, I like that. I want to do a... I want to render this now, I think. I was going to say I want to do a layer variant where it's actually the flower. But I'll get to that. Just one thing at a time. No, I don't want that. I want like this side of the face to be darker. And then I'm also going to shade underneath where the moss is. Give it the feeling that it is layered over top, like it's growing on him. Oh, I don't want darken, I just want normal. Yeah, that works. I don't usually draw grass types. Like, I'm always going for like a ghost or a steel type because those are my preferred types. Never really draw grass types too much, so this is an interesting experiment working with a grass type. And it's like, I don't really think there's a lot of grass types that are very mossy in their core themes. Okay, I do want to add some harsher dark spots here. Just for select spots, basically. That really deserve it. Okay, now I'm gonna blend that because that looks a little rough. Pretty good, pretty good. And now we will lighten it up in some spots. It's a little too much, so we need to evenly distribute that a little bit more. And blur it a little bit more. Very green, very friend-like. Now for this spot, because it's a little darker than the rest, I'm actually going to start with the lighter color first. And now we're going to go over with the darker color. Oh, fuck, it bleeds into the next space. Okay. I'll just have to take this carefully then. Alright, so if I unselect that, and then reselect where I need this to go, will this actually work? Just want to make this look a little veiny, as if this is just a leaf on its back, but it's actually still his fin. Okay, that's not perfect, but we'll work with that. So the light source is going to come from the right, but I still want some shadows around. Because I like having my shadows. I don't like things feeling like they're too flat. But I'm not going to go like crazy into texturing this to make it feel like really super soft or something like that. Because we've got a couple more Pokemon to go through at least. Well, a grand total of 7 more Pokemon after this. Still gonna do like these broader strokes here just to make it feel more textured. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just spitting shit. I'm just doing what I do. It's not very easy for me to explain my art process because it's hard for me to split my brain between talking and drawing. I've mentioned this a lot, but it's true. I mean, shout out to anyone who can actually talk and draw at the same time. Like, consistently. I don't know why it's so hard for me to, like, split my brain like that. I mean, actually, I've got a good idea as to why I think it is. But I can't know for certain. I could. But I'm not going to pretend I know for certain. We're just going to say this is probably an autism moment from me. I am going to go over and, like, blur all this. Just that way this doesn't look too choppy. Oh yeah, that's moss, alright. Have the stuff closer to the camera, be brighter. And now we blur. Oh, somebody looks very soft. I'd want a plushie of this guy. There we go. I want to shrink down this other whooper. I mean, the other whooper, implying there's multiple here. I just want to shrink down this whooper. He's a bit big. Yeah, I really messed up here with the lines and making this guy so small, but whatever. It's too late to fix that. Somebody's in a good mood. Okay, what am I doing now? Right, the flower variant. So let's have a look at some lilies again. Just to see what they, how to make this look. Okay, I get it now. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna take this rough layer, pull it over top. That way I can just easily map out what I want. So lilies kind of follow a shape like this. So 6 petals, and then those petals bend at the ends. Like so. And then they have like the stems in the center. So that would be as simple as like this kind of detailing. Lilies and moss, interesting combination, I know. But it's just what I felt like doing. Just hide those lines so I don't get confused. I do want the roughness to it because I feel like that makes it more realistic. Even though it's Pokemon, so it doesn't inherently need to be realistic, but I just like it like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna hide all this stuff so I can fix up the lily a little bit. There we go. And that's my lily right there. Will be the same pink color as the one the Wooper has. And then it'll just blossom from those spots. I don't think I want it to be that big though. Yeah, like that maybe. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. And just kind of move it a couple times. It's okay if there's a little overlap with these. I don't think that's such a terrible thing. I'm just trying to figure out if this looks good or not. And I think it looks fine. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that a lot. Okay, let's delete all these copy layers. I mean, I'll keep one copy and I'll just put it on the tail. Just speed things up because I'm allowed to be lazy. Let's do a few more. Not trying to get this feel like it's well wilted or anything. It's just that's how it's going with gravity and all that. So I initially want to start with like the first free petals that are needed for this flower. And then work my way from there for the other ones. That looks like garbage. Get rid of them. Oh, I did it on the wrong layer anyways. Whoops. Well, I guess nothing matters now. Just gonna blue that layer. That way I know it's the layer I'm working on. Blue, like that. Perfect. Trying a new kind of energy drink today. I got a can of Alani. I had this once in America and made me very sick, but it was a Halloween flavor. This time I'm having pink slush. And it's alright. Let me pull up my reference again for this. See, the nice thing about natural shapes is if they're a little inconsistent in size, it's not the biggest deal because things are imperfect in nature. So it's like if there's a little size discrepancy, it's not the biggest issue. Go over this with the black. There's my lovely outline taking shape. Line art's like my favorite part about doing art. Nothing beats it. Because coloring's a pain sometimes, and usually that's where I get the most pissed off is when I'm coloring. Astounding. Very, very flower. Flowers are fun. They're hard sometimes, but they're very fun to draw. I've got allergies though, so I don't really care to go smell the flowers. Of course I got allergies. What am I not allergic to? What am I don't struggle with in life? Alright, next flower. I should honestly consider moving this up and maybe scaling it down a bit. Because this is a bit massive. Yeah, that's better. Now for the next flower. Sometimes I wish I could code, that way I could make cool games and interactable things for chat, but it's just like, I tried that shit, hated it. We'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way where we talk to each other. Optional. And I'm making a weird-ass flower again. Why do I keep on doing that? It's like as simple as you do 2 triangles, and then boom, that's... Well, that's not a flower. But it's like, that's kind of like the basic shape of a lily, is like it's 2 triangles intersecting. There, that's much more right. That's our flower. The things in the center, I'm gonna call them... I don't actually know what to call them at all, but like the little things that stick up from the center. I'm blanking on the name. Maybe I know it, maybe I don't. I'm not a flower expert. Do I look like a flower expert? If anything, I'm like a deep sea expert. But not actually, because I don't have any qualifications. I just live there. But that's like saying I could tell you everything about computers, because I'm using one right now. No, dude, I don't. I think computers are neat. That's about the best thing I can say about them, and I can tell you how some things work, but don't look at me if your computer's smoking. Actually, if your computer is smoking, definitely don't look at me. What the fuck did you do to make your computer smoke? Your computers are probably underage anyways, it shouldn't be smoking. I'm of age, and I wouldn't even smoke. Because it's a terrible thing to do. Guys, hot take, but I think smoke is a bad thing. I know, we're getting brave today. Alright, last one, because I'm just going to copy over a flower for the tail. Oops, going out of order here. Now it looks all weird. Oh, this looks stupid. I think I made this other flower too big, that's why it looks stupid. Or, secret option, I get lazy with it. Yeah, I merged the correct layers together. Boom, laziness rewarded. Put your lines back on. Alright, let's join some colors from you. This is our flat. And this is our pale color. And now get out of here. Oh, that is way messed up. That's not remotely how that was supposed to look. I was considering they're making it actually paler to signify age, the flowers, but no, keep them vibrant. Because I don't think grass types really have that issue. If they're aging, do they lose their vibrancies? I don't really remember any grass type Pokemon that lose their colors as they evolve. Actually, no, Venusaur kind of loses a bit of color, but like its body is a little less green, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering. Like, it changes to a flower, so of course it's gonna look different. What am I saying? So I heard the Switch 2 has like double the amount of standard icons for your Switch profile, and I think that's really good because the original selection was kind of ass. I used the Switch Online ones as soon as I could. I got Clodsire right now, but I also have like a lot of Xenoblade characters ready to go. But it's nice that there's Pokemon ones in standard, and there's actually Fire Emblem ones. I cannot believe they put Fire Emblem ones. Finally, some recognition. And it's not just like free houses and engage. No, you got Path of Radiance, you got Echoes, you got Shadow Dragon in the well, the remake Shadow Dragon. God, it would be so fun if we had pantsless Marth. I was about to say in the Blade of Light, but no, that's what the original is called. It's just Shadow Dragon for the remake. Which, I mean, interesting naming convention, I suppose. Can't believe they still have all the ARMS ones, though. I think that's a little odd if they're not making new ARMS games. Like, who cares, then? Like, I know I put arms on my bingo, but it doesn't mean I necessarily want arms. Somebody probably wants arms, and I'm not going to say, oh, fuck you, no arms ever, no hands, you're playing legs now. No, you're actually playing wheels, that's a new gimmick game. I heard it's alright, it's just like, it's a gimmick. I see that game being pretty dead post-launch. Alright. I must yoink more colors now. So this won't extend all the way out, just a little bit. People are speculating we will be getting that genealogy remake soon because they did not include any genealogy icons. Or for Asia. But you have 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like you got... I think you have everything there but genealogy and Horatia. Because, like, one Marth counts for 2. But then again, they didn't include Xenoblade at all, which is kind of crazy. Alright, we will go over with our paler color now. That's a little bit of a big brush. I guess the profile icons don't really mean a whole lot at the end of the day if ARMS was included. Like, they'll still be the Switch Online ones, obviously. And I think those will always be superior because it's so bland, the default ones. You get, like, a small list of icons to choose from, and then a solid color background. That's why the NSO ones are so good. You get the cool background, you get the frame. Alright, now we can go over with the white on the edges. So now we'll, after I finish rendering this, we'll have the variants of whip out the flowers out and whiff. Because it's like with Quadsire's official art, he doesn't necessarily have his horns out. So it's, you don't notice that he actually does that until he attacks something, which is pretty cool. But I just want this for a proof of concept. I'm gonna put, I won't make a separate canvas for each one. I'm just gonna combine it all on one, but I'll export them separately, is what I think I'll be doing here. Gonna make the core a little darker than everything else. I'm gonna go on to actually shading this shit. Let's blend this out a little bit. This does not look like it's really blending at all. But I just want the edges to be a little less harsh. Because it was very roughly put down. Could go always go over with an airbrush and fix it, but I don't know if I will. Maybe I should. Fuck it. This will just artificially help me smooth this out. Yeah, this works. This works a lot. I don't think I'll be updating the stream playlist for a while because there's so many songs in here. There's like 10 hours worth of songs, and I felt like I was really duplicating on a lot of things because I had just two completely separate standard playlists and then one Pokemon playlist. So now that I can combine everything together, I'm still keeping the Pokemon separate. I feel like there's going to be a really good variety now. I mean, it's not like every stream I need to have background music on. But it's just a good option. Unfortunately, with this setup, I cannot go listen to my own thing, but then again, it kind of synchronizes this a little bit better. It's just sometimes when I'm drawing, I need things to not be chill, the music. So I can actually focus. But that's just me. Ooh, why did that bleed? Let's fix that. Any more bleeding? A little bit here. That looks to be about it. Alright, so I can save this now. This is our grass type whooper. I'll actually label this as I put it in a folder. It's always important to list your layers, to give them names. I am gonna merge flowers with each other though, that way I can just turn it on and off pretty easy. Should I do colored lines here? No, I don't like that. We won't then. But I like this concept. I think this works very well for the grass type. Color that green. We'll give it a name. All right, we got it. Grass type whooper featuring Moss Sire. I like that. Okay, on to the next. So that is the grass type. We're done. Little comparison, I guess, between the card and my concept. Fully realized. All right, so we'll do the Gardevoir line now. I will have to pull up reference material for this line because it's not like I've never drawn them before. And it's gonna be like, this is 4 Pokemon in one because I do want to do Glade, but I'm a little stumped on how that works. So with the Gardevoir line, it was first introduced in Gen 3. No fairy types, so it was just pure psychic. But then comes around Gen 4 and we get Glade, which is a psychic fighting type. Now, if I want to do Fire Fairy, what type gets dropped to give it fighting type because it's Glade? And it's like the core type I want here is fire. It'd be a Fire Fairy type. So dropping Fairy to make it fire fighting does seem kind of lame. However, fairy fighting might be cool too, and it's just, it gets flame body as the ability. I feel it could be a good workaround. I'm not entirely sure though. I mean, actually, I don't mind that idea because it's not terrible, but I don't know. I'm just so afraid of using a firefighting type is my thing. But I will get my reference material then. We're going to start with Ralts. And the idea I have for this, I'm actually going to make a folder now before I forget, is I want this to, instead of your standard red fire type, I want it to be a blue flame, because this is going to be a fairy fire type. I'm thinking something mystical, something wisp-like, and a blue flame would be very cool for that. So I'm going to draw out a basic Ralts. This is my first time drawing Ralts, actually. But let's see, you got your big head with your cone-like body. And you got the nice emo bowl haircut with the horns coming out of it. So what I'm thinking we do to differentiate this here is, instead of the horns, it becomes like this wispy fire. And I want the hair to maybe change its shape a little bit. And then I want this to be more cloak-like. So it's kind of like a shuffle almost, the body. It will feel a little ghostly, but the mystical fairiness will come through at some point here. So let's clean this up a little bit. All right, so that's where our horns are. We'll actually make it meet this part as it's supposed to. This will come in like this and this. And then it's like, aside from like the whole guiding light thing aesthetic I'm going for, maybe Gardevoir and Corellia can lean more into the dancer thing, because it's like Corellia is very much a dancer. So the arms kind of fan out a bit. Keeping it very simple. Having it be upturned like that makes it more playful, the design, I think. It's a little less spooky. Yeah, I think the upturn looks cute. But I want it to still look like ruffles. So I'm gonna add details like this. Yeah, I think that's pretty cute. I like that. Get the Gardevoir off the screen. So I'm actually gonna do my sketches first. Before I do anything. I kind of want to change how this helmet thing is. But at the same time, not really, because I'm not going to change it too much with Gardevoir. Maybe I could like make it fan out instead. No, I don't like that. I do like the idea of it curling, though. So I think I'll go with that, like the curling. Also gives it the more, again, fiery feel to it, because it's words turning and fire rises. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, what about Curlia then? Let's see. I want a circle to start with. I'm gonna have to scale these down later, of course. Facial lines. So the face is kind of gonna curl like how Gardevoir's does. And I want like the hair to kind of curl too here. Or whatever the stuff on the side of the head is. I do think using the flames for where the horns are is a cool idea. This kind of feels like May's hair a bit. Closed eyes again, or maybe I'll keep them open. I don't want it to appear sinister though. This is a very peaceful Pokemon. Like it just guides, and as it guides around the lost trainers, perhaps it dances for them to ease their spirits. Something like that. No, that's still malicious looking. I'm gonna forget the AI for now. Okay, so the body's gonna flow pretty similar to the way it did with Rel. It's again like a cone shape. I'll come up with a pose in a bit. But like, here's our cone. Okay, I need to move this. This is in a weird spot. The head is also a bit big, but that's how it is anyways. Okay, so the legs come out pretty far off the side of the body. Oh, that looks weird. Okay. I can correct this. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna use like human proportioning to figure this out. I'm not good with this thigh gap thing, and it's like that's the best way I can describe how its legs work, is it's got the thigh gap. This head feels very, very, very large for this. We're gonna shrink it down a bit. All right, I'm fine with that. All right, now to design how we want the outfit to go. So I still want it upturned, but I'm gonna actually bring it down at the same time. And I want to develop a shawl, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe the skirt shouldn't be lower like that. Let me just clean up the body shape. I think that'll help me think about what I want here. Gonna keep with the closed eye for now. Or maybe... Let's experiment with this eye real quick. If I bring this bang a little bit further down, like about there... I guess having the mouth kind of makes it feel a little bit more friendly. Still don't like that though. This is following Curlia's head shape. So it's not like I'm doing that wrong. I just have the curl instead. Because I feel like the curl adds to more of the fiery nature of it. So the eyes for Curly are normally slits kind of like this. Maybe I can make this work. Yeah, I like that head shape. And now for the body shape. Because I'm pretty comfortable with how that looks. The body. So I want it to look like she's extending her hand out to guide people. Oh, wait. Gloves? Yes, yes. I'd like that idea of the gloves. So that way later the wrist can have like the flames coming out of them. Or maybe, yeah, later. We want this to be simple. So I'll do like this V shape here. And then the fire will come out there later. Yes, perfect. Alright, we want that half circle for the lower part of the body. I feel like an ice type would also work really well for the Ralts line. Okay, so that's my basic body shape. I don't like that arm too much. Like, this one extending outwards is fine, but... it's rough for now, so we'll just leave it like that. Okay, now to figure out how I want the skirt to be handled, we're gonna erase these lines here because they don't matter. Actually, I'll erase that arm until I figure it out. I think I still want to keep with this softer fabric look that the Ralts has. Maybe they should, all the parts should curl up like that? Yeah, that looks very wispy. It also kind of looks like she's offering you a dance. Alright, I want to adjust these legs a little bit. No, I don't like the bent leg. I think it was fine earlier. I just need to convey that this foot is actually on the ground. Yeah, kind of like that. I could also have like the boot thing on the feet, but I don't want this design to be too overcomplicated because it is just a middle evolution. Yeah, I like that. She's asking you to dance. Alright, now for Gardevoir, and then we'll do Gallade. So before we get to that, we're going to want to scale all this down because this is really big. Like, with Gardevoir, yeah, full dancer theme, but Gallade, I can still lean into that because I want to include Gallade. He's part of this. He deserves to be part of this. So I'm thinking with Gardevoir, I don't want the long flowing dress. Kind of reminiscent of like how the Mega works, where it's very puffy, but short in life. Because this isn't like a very graceful dancer. I think this is like more of a fun dancer. I want this to be. So let's start the sketching process. As always, we start with the head, and she'll be much taller than the rest of them. I mean, it makes sense. I've never drawn Gardevoir either before. I'm already coming up with a pose here. Okay, this is too close to the other ones for this pose I'm making here. Art always shows its arms extended outward, so it's kind of hard to gauge how proportionate this is. And also it doesn't ever show the legs really, but I can take a guess as to where the legs are. Then I'm thinking like a pose kind of like this. Might be good. No, I'm hunched over my desk again. Okay, let's rough out these features. So obviously we've decided that we want the hair to curl. But what if we made it curl the other way? This time. No, I think that would look a little weird. Let me stick with the inwards curl. So with worlds, they curl outwards. With Curlia, they curl inwards. For Gardevoir, maybe we should stick to the outwards curl. I don't want this to be flaming. This part yet. I want the chest to have like a flame. But I could also make the flame come from the top of the head still. Because I feel like that would look cool. Kind of makes a weirder silhouette, but... Yeah, okay, so if that comes outwards, I don't want the bang to be outwards. I want it to be still inwards. So Gardevoir's hair kind of comes out into like chunks on the side of the head. So we're gonna make it raise out in chunks. This looks like that one character from Totally Spies. Okay, so we'd established we're gonna have the flames come out of the hands and the chest here. And I like the horns on the side of the face kind of fanning out into the flames because the flesh is gonna be red this time instead of white. Reddish pink, maybe. Lots of reds are gonna be used here. Trying to figure out how to do the body shape. It's a little unconventional. It's kind of like an hourglass shape, but like the hips are very thin. But because I want this to fan outwards instead of coming down, I needed to kind of have this shape like that. All right, so now I can build this outwards. No, I don't like that at all. Okay, I'm just gonna highlight the waist then. How it's going to look in the end. Try not to make this look too humanoid, because Gardevoir is supposed to be androgynous, because they can either be male or female. So we got the fire coming out of the chest, and it'll come out the backside too. Oh, I switched pens, whoops. I think having the more curled shapes makes it feel more fiery. I like the idea of the hands being a little bit thicker and less dainty with this fire variant. There, and you got the flames coming out of it now, so I'm gonna kind of give it like a gradient with the hands, kind of like how Armor Rouge and Serluge have it, with the flames coming out of its hand. Still want a bit of sass here. Gives it character. Alright, then Gardevoir's legs are a little bit hard to see in a lot of official art. But to my understanding, they're very similar to Curly's. I think. Yeah, I think that would be a correct statement. So we're just gonna map that out. How the legs need to be. I'm not gonna design megas for these. That'd be just way too many designs, because then I had to do the same for Tyranitar. This design feels very top heavy. But I can fix this. Alright, so let's stitch the waist a little bit. No, I don't like that. Okay, so a normal Gardevoir would have the thicker upper body. And then the dress would kind of just flow outwards from there. But why does this feel so awkward? Oh, fuck, I fucked up. I need to move it away. Let's give Curly its leg back. Yeah, they're sliding proportionally, not right here, but because I'm trying to obey the Pokemon's proportions, it's just screwing me up a little bit. That feels a little bit better, those proportions. Because it looks decently tall, at least. So then how can I fix this? It's still not far away, oh my god. It's still not far enough away. Just go all the way to the other end of the canvas, I'll figure it out. What if there was no opening on the front end of the dress? Oh, actually, I like that idea a lot. No opening on the front end. Kind of returns a bit back to how Ralts works. Yeah, I like this idea a lot. Okay, let's clean this up then. I'm excited to make a color palette for this because it's going to be very interesting. Kind of not liking this pose as much as I did initially. Whatever, it'll work itself out, I'm sure. Got the heart-shaped chest. I think that's pretty cute. Very fairy-like. Drawing dresses is pretty good, especially when I can make them so frilly like this. Maybe it'll make it a gloved hand instead of a fingered one. Or just do that. That works too. Gotta have this fan out quite a bit. Yeah, I like that, I like that. Maybe the thicker feet might be good. Makes her feel a little bit more sturdy. I guess because you can't really see where the legs are. It doesn't look like she's crossing them over, it just looks like she's kind of standing. Because like when you can see the legs with this layer, it looks a lot more interesting. So maybe I need to like have it be a little bit more clear that this is like the side. So yeah, make that thicker. And then make this thinner and more rounded out and runs lower. That way it looks like a certain foot stance that a ballerina would take, for example. Yeah, I think that's a good way to portray what I'm after. Okay, let's shrink this down just a little bit more. Because we still need to get Gallade in here. Honestly, I may just roll a separate layer at this point for Gallade. We'll see how big of a space he... Actually, no, I'm just going to do a separate layer. But I feel like this is a pretty fun concept so far. Got the whole guiding spirit with the wisps, and then they're also dancers at the same time. Oh, let me add a little bit more detail here. Because there's a separation line from the top half of Gardevoir to its dress. I'll remove that later if I don't like it, of course. But I feel like that looks good like that. Okay, so how do we want Gallade to look? Well, first, let's get my reference image of Gallade. So he's pretty far removed from the others in his design. Like, Curlia looks nothing remotely close to Gallade. Mega Gallade, the connection is a little bit there, but still. Yeah, very much a masculine personality here. But I can still come up with something. So we'll start with the head shape. And he's got the big horn. Now that could become a big flame, and it probably will. I'm still gonna have it curl in a little bit, but a little less so because it looks a little too feminine if I have a massive curl. Or maybe because Ralts is a little bit more masculine out of the others, I should have it curl outwards, kind of like how Ralts did. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And then two of the horns. Kind of still looks like a flame and it'll curl in. Yeah, I definitely like the idea of like an active flame on top of his head. So I don't think the dancer approach is going to work so well with Gallade. So maybe like a stoic guardian, like, again, with the whole wisp thing. I still want it to be like a guiding spirit. Oh, I forgot I said I wanted blue flames. I was thinking about red fire, reddish pink fire. I can still do blue flames. I'll sort out the color palette later. Maybe Gallade will be the only one who gets blue flames. I don't know, I'll figure it out. So very similar body shape we're going to start with to the Gardevoir. Very humanized, but with skinny waist. I'm just thinking like more bulky arms might be good here. Okay, so this is a fire fairy type line, but he drops his fire type to become very fighting, right? So yeah, if I do like more solid feeling fire, that might be a good idea. Like it can still have like flamey bits, but it's more solid because he's not a fire type anymore. I don't think that like flame body would be a very good ability for this guy, because like sharpness is probably still the way to go. Or maybe this will end up looking like a firefighting type towards the end, we'll figure it out. I don't really want a skirt here. I kind of want it to be like a cloak, almost. Like taking a bit of inspiration from Mega Glade here, I suppose. Although he still has the rounded out waist. So maybe we'll let that feature carry over. No, I don't like that. Let's just get our body shape down, because they all have the same body shape as their normal forms. It's just different features. We're still gonna have the flame on the chest. That's a guarantee. I was thinking an outstretched hand, similar to what the curly is doing. And a hand still on the chest, because it's like a heartfelt intent. Maybe I'll mirror it. And we've reached the bottom of the screen because our proportions are fucked again. I got this. Just contort it a little bit. This is not going to be a very interesting pose I'm cooking up right now. Okay, so like this is our basic body shape for the Glade. Or at least the outline of that. His proportions are still gonna work out pretty similar. It's gonna be like thick legs. Basically like this. I feel like firefighting would honestly make more sense for this guy. It's just a bit tragic he's gonna be firefighting is all. Because fairy fighting would be an interesting type. Never seen Glade with non-bent arms, so this is gonna be weird. I'm trying to figure out how this goes. We'll start with the other hand first. So we got the long blades. It's probably like just the same concept. You make the shape. I don't know why I've given them thumbs when they don't normally have thumbs, but that's what I've done. Maybe because having thumbs is an awesome thing. Hmm. Just trying to think how I should make how I should make it work to feel in line with the others. Okay, well obviously the blades need to be flaming, I think. That's what makes most sense to me, to make these on fire. And then I want like the top of this to curl. That's where you get the components that are supposed to curl normally, like on the dress, but it's all the way up there. And then I still want the heart shape. How does Gardevoir achieve that? Okay, I could do like the exact same concept here. But it's like a much smaller heart. Back of the legs can have like spikes. Or they can be flames. We'll work that out as we clean it up now. Let's make that front part of the flame a little shorter. There. So you got the heart shape still very fairy-like, very fairy-like. I don't want it to feel like there's a skirt here. I just don't like how it's a random rounded out shape there. Just feels weird. But whatever, we'll keep it. Put this in, make the angulation feel a little less weird. So it's like, imagine these guys in a in a place like Lost Woods, a very mystical, misty, foggy forest. That's kind of like the place I'd imagine you'd find this line in. Yeah, so a little bit of flame on the leg. Kind of like what the Gardevoir's got going on with the sleeves, but this time it's on the legs. I think that looks pretty neat. It's just the arms are where I'm struggling. Still gonna keep the thumb. And obviously it needs to have the fingers too. Needs to open jars somehow. I'm just thinking like maybe I could do something in the similar vein of what I did with like the Moss Sire with the back fin. It'd be like a back fin on the hand, but that's where the flame seeps out. We could try that. We could work with that. I feel like this is kind of being a little bit too fiery now. Like a bit over designed is what I'm saying. So like maybe I should change the legs, because I feel like that's just too much now. So I will change the legs. Because like you don't have over designed Pokemon like that unless they're legendary. So I think keeping the legs simple is probably for the best. And it's like Gallade is a very top heavy design anyways, with the majority of the details being up there. Let's get this flame in before I forget. Erase what's behind it. Okay, I'm gonna BRB for a moment real quick. Well, that's not my BRB screen. Whoops, my bad. No, we're not done yet. All right. Let's get back to it. Okay, so I think I will keep like the flame effect is like a layer on top of the arm instead of being part of the arm to experiment with, and then if I don't like it, I don't like it. But it's kind of hard because I don't really want to do like a solid blade here because this would look too much like normal Glade. I feel like if I did that. Because I don't want it to look too much like, I mean, you can tell who it's supposed to be. It's just a variant. Maybe like a sleek flame. Let's just experiment. That's the wrong color. So we got this old, which is the hand. And like, let's say we had the fire coming up. Okay, yeah, no, seeing it from the front, I think it's a little silly. So we'll just make the elbows burn. I want a little bit more sleek than that, though. All right, there we go. I'm pretty happy with how that looks. Just gonna define a little bit better so you can tell what's going on. And then I want to upscale this hand a little bit. Like, in the sense that I want to make it fatter. Yeah, like that. Okay, now we can actually do the lines for this. Took a while to get here, but here we are. Definitely don't want it to be that sharp of a curve. And I don't like how that line is overlapping. We're gonna correct that real quick. But yeah, I feel pretty happy with this concept for the Fire Fairy Guard of Ralts line. I'm gonna say Ralts because Glade is involved here. I don't like how people kind of ignore Glade, but it's not like he's too crazy anyways. Competitively, at least I believe. And there's a blatantly obvious reason why people like Gardevoir so much. I don't mind Gardevoir. I think it's pretty neat. So yeah, I should still do the blue flames with this, I think. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Clicked my pen by accident, so it turned on the erase tool midline. A little bit of a weird shoulder there. Someone's got a dislocated shoulder. Let's fix it. So the last time they'd done the Delta species cards for Pokemon was some anniversary event in the middle of Sword and Shield. So Mimikyu is actually the last Delta Pokemon we have, and it's a water type. I really wish they bring back that gimmick at some point, but I highly doubt that. Honestly, I really wish they brought back Pokemon cards. They'd bring it back at some point because they don't exist anymore in my mind. It's impossible to get a hold of Pokemon cards anymore. And it makes me sad because it's like Prismatic Evolutions, super cool set. Journey Together, pretty cool set. And now this next one, this black and white set, oh my god, does it look amazing. I'm so excited for it, but the issue is I know I can never get anything from it. So that just makes me sad, but there's gonna be so many cards in this set. It's so big, it's 2 sets, which is a first, because this is how it's usually handled in Japan, and then over here we get it merged. So I really hope I can get my hands on something, but I honestly doubt I can. Like, the few times I've ever seen Pokemon cards in retail anymore, it's ridiculous how expensive they are. It's like you're paying $1 per card with some of these fucking packs. It's just, I cannot believe it, how expensive it is. And I know who to blame. I know exactly who to blame. It's scalpers and content creators. It's their faults for making the hobby seem so mainstream. And also, it's like crypto types of people are investing in this shit too. It's like, these are cards to play games with and enjoy the art for. So I don't understand. Make a variant of Surluge and Armarouge. What type you think that should be? So right now I'm working on a Fire Fairy line for Ralts, and just prior I completed a Grass type line for Wooper, including a new custom evolution called Mossire. It's got the same flower gimmick like Shaman though, so you got like little seeds on the back and they sprout into flowers. This is based on pre-existing the Pokemon cards. So yeah, my example right now is the Psychic Steel Gardevoir, but there is a Fire type Gardevoir. And I did have, yeah, I have it open on the other mod. What? Hey, oh fuck, it's in the folder. There exists the Grass type and Quagsire. I only have the Grass type, the Delta, but I do have this open. Dragon Electric. So is Electric the primary type, or is Dragon the primary type is my question here. Because they're different secondary types. So they're both, Armarouge and Ceruledge are both fire types, but their secondary type is different. I think Electric would be a little easier to come up with a concept for. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I do have... Oh, I was about to shit myself. I thought I was on the wrong layer. I do not want to do this on the wrong layer. That's going to drive me insane. So which one would be Electric Dragon? Then what would be the secondary type be? Because if the primary is Electric, you got one that's Electric Dragon, and then you need something else. Dragon. Okay, so they're both Dragon types. One is Dragon Electric, the other is Dragon Fairy. That is going to be an interesting concept. We'll see if I get around to that, because I want to finish with this line right now. And I did actually have Tyranitar lined up next, but if I start thinking of something cool, I can switch to that. I haven't really experimented with my own dragon designs before, so this will be interesting to really think about. But I do think that's one of the cooler lines to come out of Gen 7. I actually have Ceruledge on my desk. As the posable action figure. And I'm really excited for when that model kit comes out. Sorry, Gen 9. Yeah, I did mean Gen 9. I don't know what number I just said. But yeah, whatever number I said, I meant 9. Like, they really cooked with the Mega Man Battle Network designs. I haven't played that game, but I've seen the resemblance, and I've asked an expert on Mega Man Battle Network, and it is uncanny. I really want to do Blue Fire with this line because I want it to feel more mystical. But at the same time, I'm not really sure how to make the color palette work. I'm not about to start whispering in the mic. I'm not doing a actual ASMR. But yeah, I haven't really done too many type variants of Pokemon. Like, in the thumbnail, I've got a Delta Ditto, which is Ditto that's supposed to be a failed clone of Rayquaza, so it's a dragon type. One of my friends asked me to do this, and I whipped up this concept pretty damn quick. He's pretty neat. Very silly little guy. There's no point for him to exist, but it's funny. Because normal Ditto is a failed clone of Mew. And then I've also got something from Infinite Fusion on there, being the Duskull EV Fusion, but it works pretty cool for a ghost type. Okay, well that's just not how we do that line. That'll be fine. Yeah, no, before now I've never really drawn anything from the Worlds line. More so because I just haven't really felt the interest to do so. But this was something that was requested to be drawn. The Delta Worlds line. And Hellfire was even suggested as well. But it just coincides with the TCG that there is already a fire type Worlds in Gardevoir. I don't remember seeing the Curlia, but I assume it's there. I mean, I think it makes sense that Ditto's a failed Mew clone. Because it's not like they got Mewtwo right the first time. There has to be mistakes. And it makes sense for Ditto to be that mistake. Granted, we'll never know for certain until they tell us. But sometimes the fun part about theories is you never really know, so you can let your imagination go wild. Like, I do like the idea of going, like, for pink fire here, but I don't know. Because then with Gallade, is that going to work out well, or is that going to look weird? And nothing, I can't really think of many Pokemon off the top of my head that use blue fire. So that's kind of why I want to do it. And the blue fire, as I said, this is going to be Fire Fairy, so it plays into the mystical element of Fairy type. Okay, that was not how I meant to do that line. Matt Pet, haven't heard that name in ages. Haven't watched any game theories in a very long time, actually, because I just haven't been interested. That's an interesting idea. However, Gardevoir can still be male, so I don't know how well that would work. But then again, there's male fairy types that are pink, so yeah, I guess I could give that a go. And like Sylveon is primarily male, so that's a big pink one. That is a failed line connection there. There we go. No, I really love how flowy this dress is. It's very fun. What, Grimmsnarl? That's Dark Fairy. Interesting concept, hate dealing with the guy. I think that's a little too thick. Hey Fagil, how's it going? Right now we're creating Delta variants of Pokemon. We've already done grass type Wooper. Right now I'm working on a Fire Fairy line for Vaults. I don't know whether to drop the Fire or the Fairy part to give it Gallade fighting though. Because there's so many Fire fighting types. I was making Fairy fighting, but and have an ability to compensate for that, but I don't know. Yeah, no, the fairies don't always need to be cutesy, like, they have mystical properties. Like, Mawile, I wouldn't say is very cute. But that's a fairy type, Fairy Steel, actually. Trying to think of other fairy types that aren't really like your standard cutesy thing. Iron Valiant. Yeah, Granbull too. Granbull's not very cute. Or at least maybe to someone it's cute. I don't know. But Iron Valiant is definitely not cute. That's fairy fighting type. See, so maybe I won't make him fairy fighting then. Because they already have a variant technically that's fairy fighting. What is a Delta Pokemon? Granbull is pure fairy. A Delta Pokemon is a gimmick in the TCG where Pokemon are given unique types they don't normally have. They're considered Delta species. So for example, I've got Tyranitar here, who's a Fire Steel type. I've got this Gardevoir, which is Psychic Steel. Although there is a Gardevoir in the set that is Fire type. I just grabbed this one because it's the first one on the list. There's Grass type Wooper. Again, Delta because it's a unique type. I've actually got some of the cards, not the ones I'm drawing here, but I have like I have a Aerodactyl that's a fire type, for example. And it's like, the art doesn't necessarily show their new typing, it just says it is. And in the case of the Wooper, it's got like a green hue. But that's why I'm doing this, to fully realize it. So like, here's a fully realized grass type Wooper. Cool new type for Scizor? So what? You've got Cleavelor, which is bug rock, Caesar, which is steel bug, Cypher bug. So bug is a core type. Water could be something, but maybe poison. Oh, I always love ghost type. Ghost type is always a good option. Bug ghost, Shedinja, hello. Obviously, it takes me quite a bit of time to actually draw anything, seeing as we're 3 hours in. I've only completed 2 and actually only finished a sketch for these guys. But yeah, I think Bug Ghost would be really cool. But that's also me being biased because I really like ghost types. Fire type Gunzor. We need a gun Pokemon, I think. Wait, no. Isn't like Duraludon like a gun? Like I know he's a bridge, but his attack makes him look like he's a gun. Cause he goes down on all fours and fires a cannon out of him. Oh yeah, rock, paper, scissors, I get it. Wait, is that actually what they're going for? If true, then that means it's a grass. Ice fighting Galissapod. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. I just like taking my time with art. And it's like I don't know. I'm just kind of slow with it because I'm always thinking about what I need to do. That's why it's kind of hard for me to talk and draw at the same time. Because a lot of brain power goes into art for me. It's also hard to describe my process, even as I'm doing it. I just kind of do. Consequences of being self-taught or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't think Cypher would be paper in this scenario. I think you need like a grass type or something, or like a normal type to be your paper. But I did not catch on to that. That's actually the intended joke. Well, I said grass type first because, well, where does paper come from? That's fair. I haven't been in school in a very long time. And even then, I was doing my sketches pretty slowly because I took the notes first and then I just sketched. All right, so here's our lines. A little bit of correction needs to be done here. All right, so let's think about it. Our color palette. Obviously, I want to use white here, but like maybe a off white. Something like that, and then the blue flames is something we want. And that would go wherever like the horns are. Something like that. How did I do what? What are you asking about? Maybe like this color's a little better. There is an emoji selector that's built in with YouTube. I don't mind that color. I know Galad's got two tones on his head. Let me get my reference image back up on my phone. Okay, so he's got primarily the green and then it goes to blue. So maybe I'll invert that and go for like a deeper blue. No, that doesn't make much sense in terms of fire because the paler color's in the center. So I could just invert the colors we got here. Have everything be darker and then take that lighter tone and put it inside. Yeah, I think that's good. And then instead of like the green hair, you like the cyan more? So don't, okay. Maybe be the softer blue there instead. Yeah, cyan to a lighter cyan is what I'm thinking too. Like remove the lines in between. I could do that. So it's like, let's say I get rid of this. Just for a little bit. I'll clean that up in a moment. I need, yeah, actually this is the right brush for this. Kind of like this. Like blending it like that without the lines, you mean? I don't mind that color at all. I'm just trying to think what other color to match this with, and maybe like a shade of pink might be good. Although pink is very stereotypical fairy. So perhaps we go for more of a purple here. Oh wait, I do like that. I think the purple is a pretty fun idea. Yeah, I like this color combination. Now we're cooking. Very mystical with this purple. Yeah, I think this is a good color combination. Now I feel like I'm kind of stealing from Xenoblade with this color combination, but you know what? This works. I may keep those white. Yeah, I think I'm good with this color palette. Oh, the eyes though. So the eyes match the horns, so they're gonna be blue here. But what if I make them like a bit more of a that color blue? I don't mind that. Thank you. Yeah, I prefer this model to the other ones I've made because it's like I feel like people want to make fun of me more if I have the other models, which are more chibi, because I wanted it to be simple. Like, I do have a VTuber model made, I just haven't rendered it. I mean, not that I haven't rendered it, I haven't rigged it. No, I don't want gray. What's the name of the, so you got Ralts, Curlia, Gardevoir, and Gallade. Gallade was introduced in Gen 4, so it's not with the initial grouping, so that's why it kind of gets weird, because it's a psychic fighting type. He was introduced before Fairy. I feel like if he was introduced after, he would have been like a Fairy fighting type. But I mean, psychic fighting is still pretty unique. You got the Metachan line, that's psychic fighting, and then I think that's it. Need to clean up some of these lines a little bit. Yeah, but as the description says, I'm no professional. I wing everything I do. And it's for personal pleasure anyways at the end of the day. And to try and grow. That's why I do these art streams, is you can kind of check out my progress and how I'm developing. And also, I do want to do more art streams in general if I can. I just haven't been feeling up to art recently, and the last time I did feel up to art, I was high as hell and I couldn't draw anything but realism, and that's not what I wanted to do. I mean, I did also draw a thumbnail for a stream that I don't know when is going to happen. Because I'm kind of waiting on one of my friends because it's supposed to be a collab stream. Okay, this is a little bit of a mistake here. No, don't worry about it. I know a lot about Pokemon, so I can answer majority questions. Unless you want me to go build you a competitive team, then the answer is no. Even when I did play competitively, my team building skills were not good. Do I watch Pokedex fillers? No. This is the wrong color. No, I don't believe I've even heard of that channel before. I don't really watch a lot of Pokemon content on YouTube. Like, aside from people doing like Nuzlocke challenges, so like Captain Kid and Flygon, that's about it. I will watch Wolfie as well. Not like, hell, I understand half the things he's saying. I mean, I'm watching because it's interesting, but I'm not gonna ever do doubles. Competitive Pokemon is just, well, too competitive. What type of content do I watch on YouTube? Not much, gonna be real honest with you. Because usually I'm playing games and I'm hanging out with other people while I do. So I can't put on a video and listen to them at the same time. This is a really nice color palette. It's like, yeah, I don't listen to podcasts. I don't really watch much. I don't like watching gaming videos a ton, unless it's something that particularly interests me. So it's like, if someone's playing like a horror game or something, I'll watch it. But it's like niche horror stuff, like shit you'd pull off the itch is what gets me interested. Because like, there are creators I like, and I'll always come back to their content, but I'll never like actively seek it out from other people. So it's like channels I'll watch sometimes. It's a lot of like I'll watch Manly Badass Hero, because as I said, he plays like niche horror games, and that's pretty fun. Okay, I do want this eye to glow, because again, I want like the mystical feeling. I think that achieves that pretty well. I'm just gonna darken around the pupil a bit. But like, I don't watch any art content. I don't really watch people review anything. I hate food related content. So I guess I'm just a little weird because it's like, I don't watch TV, I don't watch anime. I mean, that is a bit of a lie. I did watch an anime recently, and now I'm reading the manga, and I'm addicted to it like crack. What kind of music do I like? Well, I'm a big fan of video game music, obviously. I'm playing some right now, but I also really quite enjoy metal. What do you enjoy, chat? What kind of music you guys listening to? Is it judgment-free zone unless you tell me country? Then it's a lot of judgment. I'd sooner accept Mongolian throat singing. God, I had to listen to so much country with work. It was terrible. I hate country music with a passion. There's a lot of subgenres of metal, and it's like, I'm sure there's probably something that appeals to everyone. I especially love instrumental metal. Prog and math is very good as well. Joke songs? So like the Silva Gunna stuff or something else? Oh, okay, fair enough. Minecraft parody songs? Perchance? Hell yeah. We love a good Minecraft parody song. Okay, so now I kind of need to break up the workload here, and I'm gonna do the flames last, because that's gonna be the most difficult part for me. I mean, I say that like it's an actual challenge. It's just more time consuming because I had to be more meticulous in my detailing, but I'm gonna go for the white, then the purple, I think. Or actually, no, there's less purple. I'll do the purple first. I'm not going to replicate the Pokemon art style as I did with the Ditto. It's too late for that. My line work is not at all accurate for that. But it's still a fun challenge trying out different art styles. Fair enough. I mean, that's when I had internet access, is during that era, so I know a lot of them. I mean, of course, I'm gonna reference the more popular ones and the ones that stuck in my mind the most, like Mine Diamonds. God, that was an interesting era of my life. That was like MLG Vine era. That was so good, and has really had such an extreme effect on my brain chemistry. So it's like now I'm permanently stuck referencing Vine. So it's like, I fear for the kids who have unfiltered internet access from a young age. How messed up is their brain chemistry going to become because of this? Like, I'm fine with the whole Vine references thing because it's harmless. And if you're of the right age category, you're going to get it. But it's just like, what about these new generations of kids using technologies from like straight from the womb? Like, kids coming out of the womb with an iPad in their hands is crazy. I mean, they're not my kids, so I shouldn't have to worry, but still, it's the future generations. And it's like, when I even see my own family members in a situation like that, it's upsetting. It's probably because kids aren't allowed to go outside anymore because the outside world's considered too dangerous now. Well, yeah, loud equals funny. That's part of the reason why it's so iconic. But the other thing is, like, the genuine attempt and effort that went into there is so funny. And you could tell that it was the kid's first take doing the song. Because it's just amazing. It's an art form. It's hard for me to describe what exactly makes a song so impressive and amazing in a funny way. But it's a masterpiece is what I'm saying. I don't ever want to hear a good version of the song. I like it how it is. It's iconic. So because this is all flesh, I'm not going to really get too textural with all this. Because it's like, even the hair isn't really hair. Feel fleshy. All right, let's blur this. Honestly, it makes my life easier not having to do like crazy shading for once. Makes my life easier. My neck is getting sore from punching over. Pen or pencil, which do I prefer? Like, if I'm actually drawing, pencil. I always sketch. I don't really draw in pen. I'd have to be particularly motivated to draw in pen. Like, I do digital art because it's easier to get my art out like this than it is. Well, my drawing tablet's at a much different height than I am, so I have to hunch over it. So of course I got the bad posture because I like being as close to my paper as possible. This is how I even write notes and shit. But yeah, I much prefer this. I should actually save this before I lose progress. Let me pull up what I'm talking about though, about this color palette. Oh yeah, let's typo that. This color palette is literally her. Like, I've just made Bridget Xenoblade suddenly. Like, a color palette and even like design concept, I've accidentally made Bridget. She's just that cool. I didn't even intend to. Like when I was designing it, I was thinking, oh, I want blue flames, but I didn't think about the purple. It's just like, it's funny how it worked out because I forgot she's got the flaming arms. This is just a funny coincidence, I guess. I mean, her color palette's so good. Man, she's so cool. All right. Now, after correction, we will do the white spots. But when I'm playing games on the computer, my posture's pretty fine usually, unless I'm bored, then it's not. But it's when I'm drawing is when my posture gets bad. I don't think many corrections really need to be made here. I don't see much bleeding. And I can also bleed fix later. Alright, let's do my least favorite part, which is coloring white. So the best way I found to color white is blue. So we're going to be using a little blue here. It's like a blue-gray, works pretty well. So we'll use this darker tone for like the under parts exclusively. Maybe like a little bit underneath the neck. I mean on the neck. Like really truly the darkest spots. I find this is the easiest way to handle white, but the reason why I don't like it is because I can't go around highlighting anything too effectively. All right, now we go over with the lighter gray. Have you heard of the game Yeah, I streamed it a while ago. Yep, there's a VOD for that. Carson, myself, and Mario Melon played that. We should play that again sometime, if we can find another person to play. I mean, hell, I'd be open to having someone in chat take that last position. I've completely forgot about that game, I'm gonna be real honest. I always play as the raccoon. I've got like basically everything unlocked, but I always play as the raccoon. Specifically the red panda skin. I love red pandas, they're so cute. And they're not as dumb as normal pandas. Dripped out pink panda. See, I also drip out the red panda, but I just put a sweater on him. A hoodie, so he's just like me, because I love hoodies. I see a part where I didn't fill it in with white. Uh-oh. Not a huge deal, that can be fixed. But yeah, I guess I'll talk to the guy, see if we can play Ultimate Chicken Horse again. Hoodie is like the best piece of fashion ever created. It's comfortable and it looks good. And it also keeps you warm. Actually, I want the light source coming from the other way. Let's fix that. Nice. Okay, now I can actually blend this together. You wear two. Okay, so is one like a pullover hoodie or a zip-up hoodie? This is where the important questions start to form. Okay, I'm not using that brush. That messes with the opacity. Let's just take my airbrush and do it instead, because it's so much easier to blend things if I use this. Both? Pull over on bottom and zip up on the other. Yeah, see, the zip up makes sense. You can easily take it off. So it's like, I get that. I don't know, usually when I don't have to go anywhere, I just wear a hoodie and no shirt underneath. That's just my personal preference. I wouldn't really double up on it. Because if I'm that cold, I'm gonna go put a shirt on underneath. People's preferences can vary, of course. What I say is not law. Maybe it should be, though. Joking. A signature hoodie? Like, what does that mean? Like a hoodie with their signature on it, or like something that they're recognizable for having a hoodie? Because, like, I've got a bunch of hoodies. I got a Tyranitar hoodie, which is actually on the chair beside me. I'm wearing my Bonzoing Haka hoodie right now. The one I usually wear all day, every day, though, is my Overwatch hoodie, because it's kind of shit and I don't really care about it. I've got a old clothing brand called Jinx that's no longer a thing anymore, but I got a hoodie of that. Unique hoodie? Okay. Okay, but like, think about it. What if my word was law, though? How many laws would exist? How many laws would I just randomly create and then forget about? That'd be crazy. It'd be like a minefield. of rules. It's a terrible thing, is what I'm trying to say. But it would be really funny. And that's all that matters, is as long as it's funny. Going over this airbrush is actually making blending this a lot easier than normal. Do love me some good airbrush action. Oh, okay, see ya, Fagil. I'm thinking I may ramp up in a bit. I'm just getting stiff from sitting still for so long. And then I am also hungry. I'd be totally down to do this stream again, though, of this concept. Because I still want to make the Tyranitar design, and I do want to make the requested design of Sir Luge and Armor Rouge as dragon types. I'll just need to make a note of that somewhere, that was requested. Because I think I could have a pretty easy time doing them, based on how Glade went. Because they have similar design philosophies with them, I feel like. It's just dragon type is not something I can really think of on the spot how to do without seeming generic, and especially if you take something that's humanoid and then need to make it draconic. I mean, I guess it's kind of like how I look, except for it's more like serpent-like, is what I should be saying. But I mean, I was a serpent before I was a human, so one's easier than the other. Alright, let's correct these lines. I mean, not these lines, these colors. So I had this little spot escape from me here. And the other spots escape from me, not that I can see. Cool, cool. Alright, let's do the flames. So with the hands on Curlia, those aren't flaming yet, they're just gloves. But then they start flaming everywhere else. I mean, Glade's gonna have like a bit of a gradient going on. Because like the hand is still a glove until it gets there. So you got the arm part. We'll work on it. But like I could totally see like some form of nobility keeping these Pokemon. Just because they're so mystical. Haven't really done Blue Fire before in terms of art. So this is going to be a lot of experimentation. no, let's take this with the airbrush. Okay, that does not work how I wanted it to. Still want this to glow. Have like the tips come out to like a darker blue. Yeah, I think that looks cool. Like, there'll be similar concepts that go into making blue fire as normal fire, but not entirely. Like, there'll be a lot more white in blue fire, I find. But yeah, I do like these designs I've come up with here, especially the color palette. Very much enjoy that. Just a cool color palette, I don't know what else to say. Blue and this shade of blue mixed with this shade of purple looks very regal, very mystical, very unique. Except for the fact that it's a Xenoblade character. I am skipping this song, it's way too slow. Oh, let's see. How did I do it again? I took this and I said add glow, and then I went like this. Immediately forgets how I colored. Yeah, that looks about right. Don't need to multiply the tips anymore now that I've figured out that I like this color. Yeah, that looks very cool. Alright, so this is the part where it gets a little harder. So I'm thinking like a reverse gradient here. So the elbows start as like the darkest color, and then the hands get to be like the lightest color. But I won't like detail it the same as the actual flames, I think. Or maybe I will. We'll get to that part. We'll figure it out. No, I still want to add for this part. Let's blend this in a little bit. Welcome back. We're almost done here with this Ralts line. Just working on how to handle the flames. May not get a chance to get to your requests though, because I am pretty stiff. So I need to move around and I'm also quite hungry. I haven't eaten yet. But I do want to do this again because I'm having a good fun with this concept. And I'd be open to doing it again, so I can make a note of your suggestion, and also gives me more time to think on it too. Because I'm not entirely sure how to approach the idea. Let me blend that. That looks a little rough. So with the Glade, this is a little annoying because of the hair part. But I'll probably like unselect it when it comes time to do that part. Well, that's a little unfair. A little unfair, a little unbalanced. But I mean, I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. Let's see. How do I want to do this arm? Maybe like that is fine. I'd like the darker color. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. That way the tips are the lighter color. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense to me to do it like this. It's just consider it like an AoE. You got caught in the crossfire of that. Yeah, I don't know. I've been there, done that. Punish. It's also like a concept used in the real world as well. Like one person does something bad and everybody gets punished for it type of deal. Just kind of how it goes. Unfortunately, there's no reason behind some things. And it's kind of stupid. But the world can be unfair. Actually want to darken out these spots a little bit more. I think that works for there. I just want to add like a little bit of brighterness to over here. Brighterness, that's not quite English, but you get my point. Alright, now to deal with this cool part, which is the hair. Should have kept things separated initially, but oh well. Actually, maybe I will do that now. Because I'm just going to paint this over one color. And then I'll do the separation thing. Just make it easier on myself for now. Alright, so same concept. We start with this darker color. We come out here. I mean, that may not stay, but we'll see what happens with it. And then I want to add, make it glow. And now we take this color. we add right around the crown of the head, just to give it that fiery feel. Yeah, maybe I won't do the separation thing that Glade normally has going on, just to make this kind of easier on myself. Because I feel like this kind of makes more sense to do it like this. But that's just me. Yeah, I think this makes more sense to do it, because if it's fire, you wouldn't really have weird layering going on like that. Cool. I'm pretty happy with how this looks. Cheeseburger. So here we go, our fire fairy line. Not your standard fairy color of blue and purple. But I think like the heart motif with the Gallade and Gardevoir kind of helps with the fairy vibe, and it's still very mystical feeling, which is what I want. So like there's two things going on here. You got Wisps, who would guide people through the forest, which is the initial intention, and then with this color palette, it feels like a very prestigious thing for a noble to have of sorts. So yeah, I think this is pretty cool. Let me label my layers. And then I'll actually put the text. I was actually about to wrap up now, just because I do need to go eat. It's pretty late as is. But I will write down your idea for next time I do an art stream, which will probably end up being next week, because I've already got this schedule filled up. How the fuck do I spell Gardevoir? I know how to spell Gallade, though. Sometimes Pokemon spelling is whack. We're looking this up. How do I spell this? Okay, I got it. There we go. Among Us. True. That is exactly how you spell it. And I will color this folder. We'll make it purple. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with what I got done. It is just two different lines, but I'm still happy with what I've created. I feel like this is a fun exercise. Taking a concept and changing its fundamentals to turn it into something new, but have it still be recognizable. That's why I'm kind of stumped with the Armarouge and Cerluge thing, because it's like I've got my figure in front of me, and I'm looking at him, and it's like, what could I make draconic about him? Well, I could do horns for one, maybe wings or something, but like, what do I do about the blades? Do those become like fangs, kind of? So the arms are like big talons or something? And it's like to have to incorporate the electric part too for one of them. I feel like Armarouge would be better to do the electric one, and Fairy would be better to do for Cerluge. I feel like the concept would be easier to work with that. Axes and maces. I mean, with the whole electricity. Actually, no. Okay. I think Sir Luge would be easier for the electric type, because then you could have like lightning rods in place of its hands that still look like fangs, but they conduct the electricity. But then and with the cannons for Armarouge, that's where it becomes a little bit of an odd thing, because I still want the non-standard hands to be a feature. So they still need the swords and cannons, but I could turn it into fangs, for example. Axes and maces, like that is doable. A fucking gun? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be funny. Have the third one just be a gun. But it's just, you did ask about the dragon thing, so I gotta incorporate that element somewhere. A secondary type of electric is pretty easy, I think, with dragon, if I think about it. Like, Mario Odyssey, there's the dragon boss there uses, like, purple electricity in some of his attacks. So it's just, there you go. I could make my concept around that. But then the fairy part is interesting. Yeah, it's a shame they don't do third games anymore. We could have had Gun. We could have had Gun Cat or Gun Dog or Gunfer. It's like, because you got the Swordbert and Shieldbert, whatever the fuck their names are. Gunfer, which is an actual name. Maybe Gunbert then. Just add Bert to the end of the name. There you go. Terrible garbage. But yeah, I do think that'll... They are weirdos. I think that's the point, though. They're supposed to be weird. But that's why you don't forget about them, because they're weird. But yeah, I do think that'll do it for today's stream. Thank you so much for coming by to watch and or participate in chat. Tomorrow is, what, Wednesday? So what did I say, Mario Mon? Yeah, doing Mario Mon tomorrow, same time. So yeah, have a good rest of your day. See ya. Oh, look, I used the correct screen this time. Amazing.